Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcast network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse chronicle, Rage Across Tampa.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes or be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight. Until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hands. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome back to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness community broadcasting from St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of Guru have established the Sept of the Evening Star to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual, and those forces of the worm have been literally sprouting up from the ground and have been causing quite a problem for these Guru for some time. Such a problem, in fact, that the Guru have had to make some deals as of late with other forces of the worm. They've had to compromise their own values to get the things they need to combat an even greater threat in order to deal with the problems that they have been faced with. But we'll get to all that in just a moment. If you like what you're hearing or like what you're seeing, you should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down at the bottom. And even more, you should go join our community by following that Discord link you see in the description, where you could take part in one of the many activities we have happening all month long. And perhaps you could even join one of our tables that we have starting soon over the next few months. So hop into our Discord by following that link. We would love to have you come join our community. But speaking of our community, I couldn't tell this story alone. It would take some pretty incredible players to make this story happen. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champagne, your ex-step-grandmother, whatever you want to call me, and I'll be playing Aspen, Weiss, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hi, everybody. I am Noree, and I'll be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hi, everybody. I'm Walks, and I will be playing Lucas Shaw, the Ragabash of the Shadow Lords, and I am ready to take a bite out of this story.
Unfortunately, Preston, our Bone Gnar Theurge, won't be able to join us this evening, but he will be back next week. And speaking of next week, it will be our last episode until the end of summer because we will be taking a 6-week vacation following next week's episode. You could kind of consider it a finale of sorts for the summer. So that is an important programming note, but you don't want to miss next week episode because it is going to be an important one. So make sure to tune in next week for the last episode of Rage Across Tampa until the end of September. So we'll keep you all up to date on those details, but make sure to tune in. But Pack, let's get caught up on everything that happened last week. Quite a bit happened, but most importantly, Jace underwent a very, very important ritual to purge himself of the illness, the infection that has been plaguing him for quite some time after being infected by one of those volcanic plants that seem to issue or spew forth a bunch of spores in an almost volcanic eruption many months ago. Now, he's been able to stave off the infection with his own regenerative abilities, plus the staff that he had inherited from Moses some time ago. The staff that seems to be a keyhole that allows him to be inhabited by a Fey spirit known as Ishu. This has been able to protect him from the infection, but the infection couldn't stay within him forever, and for safety's sake needed to be purged. So through a very, very deadly and dangerous rite, you were able to purge the infection with Eliza leading the rite, but through all of your combined efforts, you finally were able to drive the last remaining infective essence from his body. But it was going to take some time for him to recover. So for the next couple of weeks, he would have to stay laid up as his body would take time to heal, as well as his spirit. Though he did make it through the rite, better off than was expected. In the meantime, in his recovery, though, he did ask that Jester check up with Ravi and the other changeling refugees and ask for their assistance or get their assistance in helping purge some of these plants and some of the other areas that they had started to spread, as it was hoped that they wouldn't just sit on the sidelines while all of this was going on, as you would need as many allies as you could get as this threat continues to grow. Jester, Aspen, and Charles also had a discussion about the new nation and what is to come, and Charles brought up the idea that Aspen not only take on this issue in a direct and physical manner, but perhaps on a legal front, and perhaps steps in that matter will be taken tonight as well. And then Lucas and Charles talked about the threat to the cairn itself as they looked into the security of the cairn, walking around the perimeter, discussing the defenses. And Lucas decided to reach out to the spirits, reach out to the past of the cairn by touching one of the trees. And in doing so, had a vision of the past, had a vision as to the relations of the previous inhabitants of the cairn and their relations to other changing breeds. In this, he learned of the relations between the previous inhabitants and the werebats, enemies of the Shadow Lords. It seems these previous inhabitants had good relations, as they were the cairn builders of some of the werebat inhabitants of the areas. This made Lucas have a bit of a internal crisis, a crisis that maybe he will have to deal with or have some inner turmoil on. We'll see more about that tonight. But first, let's get to our first scene. Jester, ever since Jace's right, well, even before, you've had this weight on you in regards to Jace and everything he's been through, because it was Jace who spared you from potentially being infected. He was the one who pushed you out of the way when that plant erupted, spewing forth spores. He was the one who took the hit. Now, ever since, you've become more and more proficient in handling these plants and removing them. And you've learned how to successfully dodge any of these spores from issuing forward. And you've managed to avoid any infections yourself, but you've always felt a bit of responsibility for his infection. And ever since, you've taken on a great deal of responsibilities for him, including tending his bar, including helping with his care. Now that the right has been handled, how are you feeling about the whole matter?
I'm feeling relieved and just glad it's over, honestly, and I'm really glad that we were able to cure him, and I'll just plan to watch after him more going forward.
Well, speaking of which, on this particular evening, you are watching after him. With everything that's happened, with all of these new visitors to the cairn, with all of these unsuspected intrusions, Jace has been laid up ever since the rite, spending a lot of time at the cairn recovering. So you've felt especially protective. And when you haven't been handling your responsibilities and duties, you and Charles both have been spending a lot more nights at the cairn, doing a lot of security work. And on this particular evening, you find yourself standing at the doorway to the RV, looking at Jace, who is sleeping very, very deeply and heavily, as Eliza has seen him primarily sedated, allowing his body to recover slowly, as she has spent a lot of time trying to let it naturally heal, not trying to force any early recovery on him, trying to use as little spiritual healing as possible so that the process isn't rushed and it doesn't do any extra harm to him in the recovery process. So as you're standing there in the doorway, a campfire nearby, providing the soundtrack of crackling fire on logs, sound of crickets off in the woods and in the trees. Your mind drifts, thinking back on all of the events that have occurred so far, thinking about everything that's happened, thinking about everything that's to come, thinking about this deal that Aspen has made with Baitman, how frustrating it is, thinking about the Hellhounds, your sister Juniper up in Michigan, trying to make another deal for iron. Is it going to be successful? Hopefully, so that maybe you won't have to deal with Baitman for long. Maybe you can get iron from fellow Guru and you won't need to get iron from leeches. As you're thinking about all of this, a slight glow radiates from behind you in a light flash.
I'll turn.
Hi, Jester.
Hi, Star.
You turn behind you, and sitting by the campfire, legs crossed, is the young woman who appears to be a version of both you and Aspen combined. She has a pool of a dress spread out around her. The fabric rippled in a shimmering, almost like puddle, spread around her body. Her hands are propped behind her, holding her up. Her curly hair spilling down to her shoulders. She watches you from beside the fire.
You seem troubled.
I'll quietly shut the door to the RV and sit down beside the fire. Well, I mean, a lot of troubling things are going on.
What's new about that?
Nothing, there's just more of them. And it seems there's always just more that gets piled on top.
But you're taking it personally.
Some of them are personal.
Are they?
To me.
Why?
Because going to think for a while because I'm trying to figure out how to explain. Human emotions to a spirit because I'm not sure if she'd understand. Having to work with a leech that destroyed people that I loved is a difficult thing to deal with.
Her brow furrows slightly at that, and she nods her head, her curly hair bobbing with her head.
Knowing that in order to help to get what we need to stop this whole plant thing and prevent more people from getting infected, I have to also stop or allow other people to get hurt is also difficult to deal with.
Why did you make the deal?
To be honest, I don't fully understand it myself, but because we really needed the iron. Though I know that we have a pack. We have the Hellhounds in Michigan also trying to get iron for us. I trust Aspen had reasons for not waiting for them to retrieve it. Maybe it was immediacy because this is continuing to grow and we would need iron sooner than they might be able to go get it, or there are just complications with that particular pack that she's not sure if it'll happen, or the sept. I don't know.
Are you mad at her?
No, I'm not mad at her.
Are you sure?
She hates this about as much as I do, so yes, I'm sure I'm not mad at her for this.
I don't know everything it is to be a guru or be a human. But I've watched a lot of things. I've seen a lot of things. And I can tell you, whether this deal was made or not, people were still gonna get hurt. And you weren't gonna be able to stop it. You can't save everyone, Jester.
I know that. I know I can't save everybody. People get hurt every day. But not even being able to have the ability to do so, or having it having the opportunity taken away is frustrating.
Don't you have the ability, or are you just trading one ability for another? If anything, you have more ability to help people now. And you're helping more people. Potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Well, what is it that they say? Doesn't make it suck any less.
That is what they say.
It's okay to be happy, even when things are bad. It's not selfish.
I am happy a lot. But happy's not a permanent state.
No? But I think that sometimes you deny yourself that happiness. I think you bury yourself in responsibility. You keep yourself so busy doing all of the work that needs to be done, taking on everyone else's work, that you don't actually allow yourself to enjoy the things you've earned. To enjoy the happiness you've earned. Like I said, I might not know what it is to be human, but I've seen a lot. And I pay extra attention to all of you.
I'm glad
You're
you
like a
realized
little
this.
hummingbird. Running around.
It's been a long time not running around.
So you're trying to make up for it?
Maybe partly. Also trying to support the pack on things that need to be done.
At the rate you're going, you keep working as hard as you do. Your light will burn out faster than anyone else's.
I don't think I'm that bad off.
How much do you sleep, Jester?
Fine. Not a lot.
You need to sleep. You need to trust your pack to take up some of the weight, to take up some of the responsibility. And as this Sabbath grows, you're going to need to pass on some of that burden to the others as well.
They are carrying the weight. There's just so much of it.
Yes. But you take more than most. Maybe you feel like you have to, after everything you've been through. After Leon. After Ryder. You are not in debt, Jester. You never were.
It's not. It's not just feeling like that. It's I feel less helpless when I'm actively doing things.
Why do you feel helpless at all?
That's a very complicated answer.
Because of your dad?
Part of it. Part of it was growing up feeling helpless.
Will you tell me about it?
Sure. Sure. My mom never really recovered from my father's death. She turned to alcohol to cope. And a long string of men to try to, I don't know, financial support, emotional, fill the loneliness. I don't really know. I never really understood it because they were all kind of terrible. They seemed, I guess to her, seemed nice at first, but then when they got angry, they'd attack her. And I don't know, maybe it was the third or fourth one did the same to me at some point. And I tried to learn how to defend myself, but it usually wasn't ever enough. I didn't know how to get us out of that situation, so kind of just lived trying to survive and feeling helpless most of the time. After my first change, I thought things would be different, you know? I actually had strength and power to fight back, but it's not much different sometimes. There are things I can fight on, and I'm not as helpless as I was, so it is better. And also, knowing what I know now, so much worse.
You still feel helpless?
At times. Not all the time. Like I said, it's still better. I don't always feel helpless.
You aren't that girl anymore, Jester. You aren't even human anymore. Not really.
I know I'm not.
But you have an opportunity. An opportunity to help others who are still feeling helpless. Three in particular.
You have particulars.
Yes. All of them. Well, of varying levels of importance. One of them, you've come to know better and better. She's losing herself. And she refuses to see it.
I think I know who you might be talking about. Juniper?
Star just smiles.
The other is finding her way back, but lost you.
Okay, I don't know that one. I have no clue.
Your mother, Jester. She quit the drinking. She's in rehab. She's trying to make amends, but she doesn't know how to find you.
Oh. And the third?
This one has lost more than their way. They've lost their mind. We're going to meet them very soon, for they are already here.
I'm not a therapist, you know.
No. But You have a keen sense of empathy. And if anybody knows how to diplomatically be the go-between between two opposing parties, it's you. And believe me, there is a lot of opposition between these two parties. Because there is a lot of history between a bat and a wolf.
Oh. So this is one of the... Kamitas?
They have
Am I
all
saying that right?
kinds of fancy names.
Okay. That's good to... Ooh, okay.
This one has been orchard by voices of the worm most of its life. But it is not a servant of the worm.
Can they be helped?
That's what you're going to find out.
So you have faith that they can be helped.
I'm an
Okay.
optimist, Jester.
You certainly are.
I think you need a little more optimism in your life.
Yeah, probably.
You've had a lot of destruction. You've had to watch a lot of the things you love get torn down. Maybe it's time to build, create, or repair. Shift your focus. There will be time for vengeance later. In this time where you'll have to hold off.
I know. Gorgon told me the same thing. And I'm trying.
He swears a lot.
You know, and I'm in a mood I swear a lot too, so.
A perfect match.
Kinda. Probably why she's my patron. On the other oppression fighting thing, but you know. Okay, I will. I'll try to help them.
I believe in you.
I know, but it's good to hear. Thank you for always watching over us and believing in us.
That's what patrons do. Ace will be fine. You don't need to watch over him anymore. He is safe. He is healing. He will recover.
Okay.
Let go of the guilt.
I have been.
Star stands up from her pool of skirts. And she tiptoes over in your direction before spreading out her arms wide.
I'll spread my arms and move over to hug her.
As she wraps her arms around you, her radiant glow causes you to have to close your eyes because it is so bright, but her embrace is so warm and comforting. It almost sends a numbing tingle through your body. Roll me a composure and resolve.
Still rage 2?
Yes.
Two successes.
Remove a permanent point of Hirano. When you open your eyes again, as the blinding light disappears, she's gone.
I'm going to just flop down in front of the fireplace, or the campfire, not fireplace. Kind of in shock almost, just at the sudden or the disappearance of a lot of the weight and sadness I've had about just the state of the world and Gaia in general fading away. Kind of just sit with it in a moment. And my mind will start to really just spin into different thoughts and ideas about what she said and the people that she talked about that need help, and trying to figure out how or what steps I need to take to start reaching out to them or finding them. Every
With-
time, though, it comes to my mom, I will still have that moment of anxiety, fear of reaching out, remembering that she saw me during my change, and I don't know what she remembers from that.
As you focus on your mother, your eyes kind of sting and well up with tears at the thought. And as you go to blink away the tears, you find yourself with a bird's eye view of a room. White walls, a steel cot, very sparse, Spartan room. Your mother is dressed in very simple clothes, almost like medical scrubs. Her hair is pulled back in a ponytail, no makeup. She's wearing sneakers. There's a duffel bag and a suitcase over by the wall. Her knee is jiggling slightly. You could tell that she's in one of the later stages of withdrawal, probably coming out the other side. So she's not in the bad throes of it, but she's still definitely, coming through the stages of it. And in her hands, she has a photograph in a frame. It's you. And the same tears that you seem to be shedding, she's also shedding as she runs her fingers across the picture. The window of the room looks outside on a sunny day, and palm trees, and the Gulf of Mexico. And Madeira Beach. She's in Florida. She's in St. Petersburg. She's right across the bridge. The stinging of the tears goes away, and you're in the dark by the fire.
I'm going to take a deep breath and try to not push down, but really just alleviate the feelings of just overwhelm that she's too close, too much, really not trying to have all the emotions that I have buried and the resentment and all of it come flooding up. I'm probably gonna get up. This is gonna be hard.
Take your time.
Okay. Okay.
As you take a steadying breath, we transition now to our next scene. We find ourselves at the law firm of Pelfrey and Weiss, attorneys at law. We find ourselves in the office of Aspen Weiss. Now, Aspen, after talking with Charles and Jester, you have been given a focus. Now, you know you have a meeting with Edward Baitman coming up, and you and Lucas are to go finalize the details of the iron trade and hopefully to get your first supply of iron from Edward Baitman. But before all that, you have another purpose, another directive. How can you get at this Piney Point facility, and how can you do so from a legal standpoint? So you have been researching already. You have printouts, folders. You have every piece of historical documentation you can on the facility, including every case that was brought against the old plant up until the point that it was shut down. Every survey that was done, every environmental impact, every lawsuit, every allegation, every witness testimony. What's going through your mind?
There's a lot of determination in getting this done, a lot of feelings of this is what I'm good at, this is what I can do, and really diving full force into that. So having her law firm and having these different avenues to get this information and really strike back in the best way she knows how, gives her a feeling of like a light at the end of the tunnel, something she can do, something she can help with, something that could break through to get what needs to be done. So she's focused and has a new perspective, especially when it comes to Baitman as well.
Now, looking over the documentation, you can see that some of the more recent stuff as of 10 or so years ago does have Ballard, Anderson, and Baitman representing the facility. And even some of the more recent permits that were filed as of a year ago have the filing agents or law firm as Ballard, Anderson, and Baitman. They seem to be the law firm representing the facility, the law firm on retainer. This could be complicated, but you do know that they are entangled with one another. Baitman hid no allusions to that in your meeting. In fact, it was part of his motivation for meeting with you is that he didn't want anything to do with that anymore and was hoping to find a way out. But how is that going to be impacted by your arrangement? What is that going to mean? With all that being said, you've never really had to take on a big entity like Pentex before. Not as a full-blown lawyer, at least. Maybe you assisted Rachel in gathering up some documentation as a paralegal, but even that wasn't anything like a mega corporation. You might find yourself overwhelmed like a small fish in a very, very big pond full of sharks. But if there's anybody suited to a task like this, or at least able to give some good advice, it's the former district attorney from Chicago, Anna Eyes of the Sea Pelfrey, your partner and associate. So, You have asked for Anna to stop over when she has a moment. And it's the knock at the door heralding her arrival that shakes you out of your focus as you are looking at these long blocks of text that are filling up these endless documents full of jargon and technical terms and scientific mumbo jumbo that maybe even are too much for you to even comprehend, as a lot of it had to do with environmental impact and chemicals. And yes, you have a lot of environmentalism knowledge, but even this is a lot, to say the very least. But there's a knock at the door.
Aspen will look up from her papers. Come in.
The door opens, and the young woman, or the older woman, I should say, steps in. Her hair done up in a very neat bun, glasses, her formal business attire covering her frame. It's Weiss.
Miss Pelfrey?
You asked to meet with me.
I did. I'm embarking on a pretty big job, as it were.
How can I help? She steps in and closes the door behind her.
Well, you're aware of our issues with Piney Point.
Of course.
I'm hoping to push back at them in a legal sense.
All right. That is going to be an interesting undertaking. Could get expensive, but thankfully they have a checkered past, and that gives us an advantage.
I believe if we do the correct research and we get our ducks in a row, we could get this done. They don't, as you said, they do have a checkered past. There's a lot that we could maybe find out and use to at least keep them on their back foot.
This is true. However, if they are in league with Pentex, as it is believed they are, they have a history of working with checkered past companies, and they have a history of burying their skeletons very, very well, if not making them disappear altogether. That makes things a little bit more complicated. But if we dig well enough and deep enough, we should be able to find them. Now, we need to start by getting whatever is in the public knowledge and making sure we have hard copies of it, printed copies of it. Anything digital could disappear just as easily as it was created. Where do you want to begin?
I think we started, well, the past lawsuits, the past legal issues that they've had.
What do you know from our side of things about this particular situation? Catch me up to speed. I've heard bits and pieces from both you and Lucas, but I don't know the entire picture.
There was a sept here before, about 10 years ago, and they had a run-in with Piney Point back then. I don't know how much connection there is between that and this, what's happening with us now. There did seem to be the guru here fighting black spirals, I believe, and there were gateways that they were trying to take care of, but I haven't heard much of that since the unfortunate ending of the set from before.
All right. What about this current project, this endeavor that's happening at the moment? What do we know about it?
Well, that gets a bit complicated. You know the plant issues, the changing of the plants to do harm. There seems to be. She takes a deep breath, looks back down at the papers, looks back at Anna. Connections to Faye, in a way.
All right. Well, that's neither here nor there in this case, but that's good to know. From a legal point, at least, that should have very little standing, hopefully.
I figured I'd give you all
Oh,
on both sides
certainly.
of things.
No, that is good to know in regards of how we'll handle it, but hopefully that should have little impact on us addressing it legally.
Well, see, that I'm not sure of because I don't know what the Fae that they may be working with can do or could do to prevent us from. We already know, for example, Baitman has his ways of getting around things. If there's this Fae that I don't know much of anything about, has ways of covering things or manipulating things, it's something we should at least look
Fair point.
into.
Fair point. Suppose I'll have to do some research on the Fae then. And what they are capable of. Never encountered a Fae in court before, but what about their operations and connections to Pentex? Do we know anything about that?
If I'm remembering correctly, it seems that they are the woman working in Piney Point now has not completely been connected to Pentex. It seems she's doing something of her own volition.
I see. So it's not necessarily completely with their blessing or fully legitimate.
Correct. She is connected to Pentex, but how much they are aware of what she's doing in the area is yet to be seen.
This could be a benefit. Could also be a problem. There are a couple of ways this could go. Knowing how they have operated in the past, it's possible that they cut and run, meaning that they leave them to their own devices and whatever happens, happens, or that they turn and burn, which is that they burn all of the assets and make it disappear. In this particular instance, that would be the ideal scenario. They uproot all operations and act as if it never existed. That being said, based off of how much has been already invested in it and the damage that's already been done, even if the company were to do that, I'm not sure the individual who has been working on it would do that.
There is a potential of if they have to leave here, they could just relocate somewhere else, which would help us, of course, but not us in the grand whole.
No. Could also just stall operations until a later date, and as you said, start somewhere else. And not knowing where they were to resume operations would be problematic. It would just be pushing the problem down the road.
I agree. And this, I believe her name is Vanessa, if I'm remembering correctly. She, again, could just go wherever she wants to go and have the plants be a problem for another sept, another pack.
Yes. And we don't want that. No matter how divided our nation is, making one problem a problem for another sept is not the solution for anyone.
I completely agree. I think we all need to starting with us in whatever way we can is show that we're allies and we are worried about the greater whole.
Agreed. Very good. You do realize that if Pentex does have any interest or investment in this particular endeavor, this will make them very attentive to us and will turn all of their eyes on us, at least in this particular region, and they will seek to destroy us after that.
I am aware of the potential risks when it comes to Pentax. What I'm hoping for is that they're left a bit unaware, or that they aren't completely up to snuff on what's happening here, and that causes them to pull back instead of push forward. So, but again, it could go either way, and that's a potential we have to be ready for.
This is much different than going head to head with the vampires. This is worse. But I've never shied from a fight before. I won't start now. What do we know about the facility itself? Would we be able to investigate or send investigators?
That becomes quite difficult. There seems to be that same sort of haze issue that come from those spore plants around the area, as well as plenty of other plants that become problematic for us, as well as we recently sent spirits to go investigate for us, and they came back corrupted.
Let's see. And we would need to stress the toxic nature of things so that we have any investigators that are sent in protected against potential infection.
Correct.
Or at least give them advance enough notice that they hide any potential infection-inducing activity, although I think they would be more prone to want to cause infection. They seem bold enough so far.
And what we know about them, I'm not sure that they wouldn't use the infected people, the plant zombies, as we've been calling them, against anyone with ill will, as well as potentially plant animals.
Right. Well, I think we start by going to some manufacturers, creating some reports or some claims that some of the products that they have sent out are faulty or defective in some manner. This will create a cease and desist or a recall order on some of the products they have created. I believe they have been shipping out fertilizer, correct?
That's what I was going to say, yes. They've been sending out their fertilizers with the plant seeds within it. I was thinking something with the potential of spread of invasive species that are causing issues elsewhere to keep them from getting their fertilizer out other places.
So if we can get a scientific expert to claim or to give a scientific report about the environmental impact this particular fertilizer has, that should be enough to have a recall order or at least a stop of operations done. That should cease the export of the product. That should tie up their operations, at least temporarily, until a inquiry can be done.
Also,
Luckily,
if we look into,
Go ahead.
sorry,
No.
also if we look into their permits, and if anything is fishy there, we can use that as an opportunity to stop their shipments.
Well, I have some friends up north that are in the science community, so I should be able to get a good expert that owes me a few favors that I can get to write up a report claiming what I need them to claim. That shouldn't be difficult. That should be enough to at least get the recall order done. And do you have access to any of these bags of fertilizer?
Yes, I could get us access.
Good. And I will get in touch with this scientific expert. If you can get access to the permits and start pulling all of that information, we can start there. Hopefully by next week, we should be able to have everything done so that we can halt their operations for the time being.
Also, we've had some dealings with Baitman, and we know that he and his firm is connected to Pentex, well, to Piney Point and what they've been doing. I plan on talking to him soon. We may have a bit of a temporary ceasefire, which is something you should be aware of, because with you within the territory, it could get strange. But I'm hoping maybe in an unofficial capacity, as far as legally, he can give me some information of what he knows about Piney Point in the recent time frame.
Ceasefires with vampires are something I'm not unfamiliar with, coming from Chicago, so I don't usually find myself getting entangled with them to begin with, so it should be nothing you have to worry about with me, but it's good to know, and I appreciate the heads up.
Absolutely. And from this ceasefire came his weariness around what is happening in Piney Point and their operations just in general. And as if he is and his firm is connected to that, we may have to go against them, yes, but maybe he has vital information on a non-legal capacity that he might be willing to give in an exchange.
Exchange for what, though?
We both have the same goal. We both want to get rid of them. So I think any way that that could be done easier, he'd be acquiesced to.
Fair. But he's a lawyer, and so are you. What is he already offering?
I understand, but this is something that he wants done. He wants the Piney Point taken care of. So you'd think that he would do his best. And the difference between me and him in a lawyer capacity is that I actually follow my oath. I don't see him as doing the same.
Fair. But also you care.
I think he does too. I think they get in the way of what he wants.
All right.
Like I said, hopefully, maybe we can find a string, or he could give a crumb, and we'll go from there as well.
Don't get too confident with that one. I have dealt with their types in the past, and they are greedy. Yes, they may want something, but they are willing to sacrifice a great deal more than they say.
You think for sheer spite?
Certainly.
Okay.
One day I'll have to tell you about Horatio Ballard, his partner, and what he was willing to sacrifice just out of spite.
would be a wonderful story to hear. Absolutely.
Disgusting man. Well, I could barely call him that. Disgusting whale of a man. But, needless to say, they think of themselves first, more than anything else. So if you think they have any sense of community or any sense of sacrifice, any sense of caring, they don't.
I
They
had no
want-
misleading on that side.
You will not be able to prey upon their honor or sense of loyalty. They are predators, plain and simple. That is all they care about. And at the end of it all, if they need to, they will just wait it out. They've done it before and they'll do it again. Wars, ages. It's not beyond them to just simply wait it out. They've seen nations conquered. They've caused overthrow of nations. World wars have been caused and influenced by their kind over spite. This is not beyond them to let this play out, to cause a pandemic out of spite.
Even if it were to cause enough losses for them to lose everything here.
Even so, life finds a way. People will repopulate. They have before, they will again. The Spanish flu is a perfect example. The plague is a perfect example. If you think they're afraid of some loss of life, they are not.
I meant more from the standpoint of loss of power.
Power comes and goes. It can be regained, especially by the powerful. Don't underestimate them, Aspen. I mean that. Yes, they have what they have now. But it's in the chase of it all. They get bored. They move on and they start over. Be wary of what you think you have over them. Because at the end, as I said, they don't care. They have forgotten how to care. Especially the older ones.
Then to that point, do you think a ceasefire is even something that should be considered?
It does work. It has worked in Chicago. Now, there will be other parties who seek to disrupt the ceasefire. Even just like them, there are, just like us, there are factions in their group that cause disruptions. Those that don't believe in order. Those who want chaos. Not all vampires are the same. Just like not all Garou are the same. They have their version of Fenris. So, like all things, it would be temporary. So do I think it's worth it? it's a case-by-case basis, but based off of the fact that this is not the Sept of Jupiter, this is not one of the strongest septs in the nation. Depends on how many fronts you want to fight on. Whatever you decide, you'll have my support. I want you to know that. But I've always been a believer of take it one fight at a time. Better to focus all your efforts in one direction than to spread yourself too thin. Why I left law to focus on my tribe. Why I left politics in the nation to focus on my tribe. It was all becoming too complicated, too unnecessary.
What is your advice? I understand I have your support, but what is your advice?
If you can get an upper hand on Piney Point, if you can get more information, solid information, and if you can get Baitman out of the way, legitimately, it's worth the price, depending on what that price is. Whether it's a longer ceasefire, whether it's a truce. Because yes, it will be broken eventually. And they will likely be the ones to break it. But in truth, the greater threat is the plants. Is Pentex. It's always been Pentex. The leeches want this world to survive just as much as we do. They need it to. They're called leeches for a reason. They need the host to live. They don't benefit from it dying. Pentex wants it to die. That's their sole purpose. They must be stopped. So, try to give as little as you can. Try to drive a hard bargain, but if it is worth what he is offering, give it. If he has valuable intelligence, if he has as much iron as he claims, if he has the tools, give it. And expect him to betray you, because when he sees the advantage, he will. But until then, honor the agreement.
Okay.
Our mistake was that we didn't know about the dancers in Chicago. And they ruined everything and caused a great war. And a lot of lives were lost because of it. You can possibly avoid that, as long as you know the entirety of the field.
find out what I can.
I'm here to help. I will get you all of the assistance you need. I will get the scientific expert and the report. And if you don't want to move forward with this, you don't have to, and you will still have my support. But it will be a lot more difficult to win.
I think we have to. Because regardless of if it causes Pentex to move in more or for them to shy away, that was going to happen regardless of if we took care of it this way or any other way.
And they'll try again in another way. They always do, but at least this will dramatically set them back.
You've had a lot of dealings with, a ceasefire with the leeches. How long is too long?
In my mind, a day is too long, but that's always going to be the case. I don't like the idea of anyone getting hurt, but that's inevitable. They're going to get hurt regardless. Their existence hurts people. But so does ours. When we change, we hurt people. When we lose control, we hurt people. The collateral damage of the war between our kinds hurts people. People hurt people. That's inevitable. But it's too long when we become complacent in our fight. When we stop fighting. When we stop trying. When Hirano seems comfortable, then it's been too long.
And what if the need to fight for Gaia and honor and upholding your honor become conflicting ideas?
There are other places you can fight. Other places to fulfill that need. Other places to go. The fight doesn't just happen here. We can loan our services to other sets. That is the very essence of Hoglosk. That is what Fenris preyed upon. That loss of balance. That's why they left. They refused any kind of order versus the fight. So if the need to fight for Gaia becomes strong enough to risk threatening the truce, then go fight. But go fight somewhere where a truce isn't happening. Then come back when you've gotten it out of your system.
What if the problem is here?
With them?
Yes.
And the treaty probably was broken. You just have to find out how. They've just probably covered it up well.
I guess my worry is if we keep this going, this truce, if he needs it to be indefinite or something along those lines, then they get their power back, they get their strength back, and then we're right back where we started.
That is a risk. Yes. I'm not saying it's the best choice. I'm not, Aspen. That is a very real risk. Chicago is one of the Leech strongholds. We were effectively living right next to one of their biggest bases of power, and we had every reason under Luna to throw everything we had at it, try and topple their entire society. But we would have lost so much in doing so, and we did in that war. And to be honest, even if you do, they will rebuild again and again and again. Because the fight isn't with them. They need Gaia as much as we do. They hurt it. They hurt her. It's certain. They feed off of her. It's certain. But they aren't the ones destroying her. They are contributing to it, but they aren't causing it. There are a lot of other factors causing it than just them. So easy to get hyper-focused on the leeches being the problem that we get distracted from all of the other things that are problematic about it. The corporations and the other issues.
Okay.
They're a symptom, they're not the problem.
I don't know if I completely agree with that, but I see what you mean. I don't think they're the whole problem, but I don't think they're a symptom of the problem.
What do you think? I'm an intellectual, change my mind.
I think when a disease hits, it hits in many different ways, on many different fronts. It attacks blood cells, it attacks organs, it can change the body itself with the way that it attacks, depending on the disease, of course. I think it comes from all fronts, all different areas, and I think you have to keep them all in check to make sure that it doesn't thrive.
Certainly.
And I worry that, of course, we're working with the idea of getting Pentex out of this area at least, or at least as much as we can, pushing them back at the very least, but to let another part of it thrive in the pursuit of killing the other part of the disease. Where's the balance, and when do we let one part go too far while trying to cure the other?
So keep it in check. Make finite terms You're a lawyer. Make finite terms to the agreement, to the truce. Our truce wasn't just simply vampires can do whatever they want and Guru have to stay out of the way. We had rules, we had boundaries, we had restrictions. There was a lot more to it than just simply leaving each other alone. If you want to keep them in check, if you want to restrict them, restrict them. Make it harder for them to upkeep their end so that they can break it, so that you can come down on them. Find out what they're willing to agree to. See how desperate they are. Negotiate. It's a big city. And yes, they're going to want as much of it as they can. They don't have all of the power. They clearly need something if they came to you at all. They're going to act like they didn't, but they did. Even if it's just bodies to get in the way. Even if it's just someone to do the dirty work, they needed something. So they are willing to deal. So figure out the deal, make the deal, and get as much out of it as you can. But make the deal. Because you do not want to be looking over your shoulder while you're dealing with this. You do not want to give more weapons to the enemy. Because they are armed for bear already.
I agree. And I thank you for your advice. It's a sticky situation.
Very. When we decided to reinstate the truce after the First War, it was a very, very difficult decision, considering all we had lost, considering all the damage done. But it was necessary. We couldn't afford to keep fighting. And once we learned the truth of what caused the war, that it wasn't one of us or one of them, but a collaboration of two separate factions, dancers and some renegade leeches working in collaboration, that threw everything into upheaval and upended both of our societies. Caused so much death. We needed time for both of us to recover. We were willing to sacrifice for both of us to recover. But there are terms. They can't go outside of their precious city in certain areas. Because the tooth and the claw awaits. Gaia's justice awaits. And we have to acknowledge that whatever happens within that city is beyond our control. No matter how horrible it is. But at least the cancer is contained.
I understand.
It's a terrible burden. Don't take it all on yourself.
I'll get it done.
I will call my people up north. I will get an expert flown in so that they can be ready to testify and write their statement up and get started.
Thank you for your help.
Anytime. Don't be afraid to talk to me throughout this whole process.
Oh, we'll have plenty of research to do.
And also about everything else as well. I have been through it. I understand.
I will. Thank you.
Anna gives a nod and a minute smile before turning and leaving the office, closing the door behind her. What's going through your mind after that interaction?
Confusion, I think. Not in anything that she said or just conflicting ideas of what is the best way to go about it and what's the lose-lose scenario and what's the win-win scenario and what's the in-between and how do we at least have it a little bit more win in our favor.
Inner conflict and turmoil helps fuel the fire of the guru. But it's a difficult thing because keeping that fire in control is necessary. Because if it becomes a wildfire, it can be so destructive and it can cause that loss of life that Anna was talking about. But also, it can cause that fire to completely die out. We transition now to another source of conflict, inner conflict, that one of the guru is having. Lucas, you are at the cairn. It is late at night. Ever since you encountered the vision from the tree, the vision of the builder of cairns within the cave, building the werebats, making up for past sins, making up for the damage done during the War of Rage, establishing an alliance. Ever since you held that tiny skull high up in the tree, you've been conflicted. You've thought about what it is to be a Shadow Lord. You've thought about the past deeds of your tribe, everything you've been taught, everything you've learned. You've thought about the contradiction that is Lucas Shaw. Builder, but kin of destroyers. Kind of convenient or ironic that your patron is Thunder. Because Thunder is a herald of destruction. But Thunder also builds. It grows as it rolls in. So in a way, Thunder is like you. Builds before it destroys. But which are you more? Or is it even what you want to be? Is it even what you're supposed to be? Or if you had the choice, if it was even available, when you changed, would you have chosen a different path? If it hadn't been extinct at the time, or believed to be extinct, would you have taken a different way? All this going through your mind as you walk along the grounds of the cairn, stars overhead, a slight breeze going through the trees, causing the scraping of branches up above. Doesn't take long for you to notice that you're not alone on your walk. You see Eliza has joined you by your side. The elder guru keeping pace with you at your flank. Her eyes also looking upward to the stars above. Her dress dragging along in the leaves below. Her feet bare, connecting to the ground beneath. Her breath is steady and contemplative. But she lets the silence hang between you as you walk. The scene is yours.
Lucas will hold that silence for a while, just walking with her. And then after a while, he'll look down. Did you always feel like being a child of Gaia was what you were supposed to be?
Always? No. Or if I did, I wouldn't be a stargazer now, would I?
Right.
For a while. Yes. For a while, it felt right. I mean, Gaia herself was speaking to me. But are we ever supposed to be anything other than Guru?
What changed?
The message changed. What was the direction, I suppose, changed. I've always kind of considered our journey like a great voyage on a ship. And Gaia is like the wind in our sails, or like the stars that we sail by, like the voyages of old, before we had technology to lead us and GPS and all these strange things. And we were so certain of the way things were, of where the wind was going. The truth was, after a while, we were getting nowhere. The world changed. The topography changed. And that direction, well, it could very well just lead us off the edge of the world. We kept following it. Or it was going to run us aground. The old ways weren't working anymore, and the message changed. And so I needed to change with it. So I did. And unfortunately, the rest of the crew didn't want to. They wanted to stay the course. They believed that there was only one way, one direction. But my message changed. I heard different words, different songs. Gaia wanted something else from me. She told me to follow a different star. And she had never led me wrong. So if I had to choose between her guidance and the guidance of elders and cohorts that were falling to anger and sadness left and right, were dying from misguided decisions, I had to listen to my mother. I had to listen to my star. The one who never led me wrong, the one who kept me alive so far. And, well, I suppose the one wrong I ever had was when I did lose my boy and fall to sadness, but in truth, maybe that was a right because it brought me to all of you. Maybe Gaia needed me to lose so that in the end I could be here to help all of you win.
And what is it? It's what was unicorn, right?
Chimera.
Chimera. What about Chimera?
Well, when I had joined, the tribe as a whole had separated with Chimera. We follow a different patron now.
So they didn't.
Not on
hold
bad
any-
terms, by any
Okay.
means.
That's
We and Chimera are good. I promise you that. We just chose to part ways. Amicably, of course. No ill will there.
the trees. Stupid trees. Keep showing me things, and the last thing they showed me was what the ones that followed Turtle did. And we knew it, but they built cairns for not just us, they built them for the other shifters, the other Farah, what they have. And they didn't do it for cost. It wasn't an exchange of favors or political clout or reputation. It was just what they did. And grandfather, Thunder, he told me to build bridges. And I just have this, I don't know. I'm just wondering what direction all of this is driving me to and why I'm seeing this thing.
Why does it have to be driving you anywhere, Lucas? Who says it's driving you anywhere? Maybe it's just showing you things. The trees aren't necessarily trying to tell us anything. In fact, a lot of the times when we're dealing with spirits, it's just our interpretations of what they're showing us. Sometimes they're just showing us stuff. Just to show us stuff. Like a child saying, look what I can do. And sometimes there's some hidden meaning or purpose, but sometimes it's just them showing off. But if you feel like it is showing you something, it's because you're looking for something. If you're interpreting something from it, because you need something from it. So what are you needing, Lucas? I know that I needed to leave the nation. I was seeing the forest for the trees. I was seeing that we were on a dead-end road headed nowhere. I didn't want to accept it. And that was the push I needed to.
They brought me up to be a killer and to not think about it. Just to do. Not question why or what was the purpose or who was giving the orders. They just wanted me to kill for them. And when I look back and I see what it did to our visiting friend yesterday, and how do I reconcile what made me what I am with the direction I'm going? Because there's so many things out there. Hoshket was a perfect example that we don't pay attention to, that we let fall in the cracks, that we as the nation shun or forget about. And we can't win like that.
No, we can't. Might be why we're not winning, to be honest. I'm going to state the obvious. And there's a reason it's the obvious, and I'm sure you already know it. We're all imperfect. Even if we are created in Gaia's image, and she picked us, we're imperfect. Gaia is imperfect. We make mistakes. Them trying to make you anything, a ragabash, trying to force you to be anything, expecting you to follow orders, one born under your moon. I can't think of a more Sisyphusian task. They might as well have been trying to win an ass-kicking contest with one leg.
Yeah, but they sold it really well.
I'm sure they did. That's their tribe. Silverfangs and Shadow Lords are two sides of the same coin. You want to convince someone of something or bully them into doing it, you talk to those two tribes. But they're not perfect. And they may have meant well. They may have thought they were doing right by you. But they may have been wrong. Or they may have just been assholes. I'm not going to try to judge them either way.
I will. They were.
Fair enough. But the point is, Lucas, you're here now. You are your own guru. You write your own story now. And though you have been granted many skills, many stories, many gifts from your past, and many traumas, many pains, many cares, you still have time. If I let my path be chosen for me, I'd be dead, Lucas. Because I would have stayed on that dead-end road. And like so many other of the guru out there, I probably wouldn't have made it to the age of 30. Let alone the age of 60. But I chose to get off the beaten path. Path so many had trod and died upon. And no, this isn't some recruitment drive to become a stargazer. That's up to you. What path you walk. Whether it be with thunder, or whether it be elsewhere. Last I knew, you just finally had your first conversations with your patron. You're just finally learning what it is to be a Shadow Lord.
Yeah, that's true.
But the beauty of this new era of Guru, you get a choice. That wasn't always the way. There was a time where you were born to it. It was chosen for you, and you lived and died by it. Charles, for example, is the last of that line. One of the last of that line, where you lived and died by the family you were born into. So if you don't want the path that was laid before you, change the path. Gaia wouldn't want it for you. So many of our kind have believed that Gaia chose suffering for us. She did not. Yes, she wants us to fight. She needs us to fight. But she also gives us so much because she loves us. Because we are her children, her family. And unlike unhealthy and toxic families, she's not here to beat on us, to throw us around, to chastise us and to torment us. She's here to support us and care for us and let us grow and to let us choose our own paths.
This whole thing, this life, I fucking love it. I cannot even begin to fathom not being a guru.
Tell me
Like,
about it.
I love it. The good and the bad that comes with it, and probably maybe more than most. And that might be to a degree unhealthy, but it's just so satisfying being able to do something, just something about all of this. But everything is just in its own little box, and all the little boxes are separated. Everything is categorized and cataloged with us, and you have to conform to it. You have to be part of it. And if it's not, then you have to force it back into that box, even if it doesn't want to go, even if it's not right for it to go. It's exhausting. It's absolutely exhausting.
Then make a mess. Open all the boxes and spill them on the floor and see what happens. What's the worst that could happen, Lucas? Or
Not like
start with a couple. Grab 3 boxes and open them all. If you need a little bit of order in your life, we don't have to go all Pandora's box about it.
You got enough shit to deal with. And besides, it's not like there's other Shadow Lords around here to shit all over me for doing it.
No, there's not. Yet.
I just don't want to let people down. I don't want to let Thunder down. I don't want to let the tribe down. I don't want to let Aspen or Jester, Charles or Artie or you. I don't want to let you guys down.
What about you?
I'm a little shit, so
Not to me. If you let yourself down, Lucas, you're letting me down. Because I care about you. And I care about you being happy. And you not being happy makes me unhappy. So yes, you can do all the good in the world for me and Aspen and Jester and Thunder and the Sept. But if at the end of the day you go home exhausted and stressed and miserable and unfulfilled, then I'm not happy. And it will all have been for nothing. Start with yourself. The rest comes easier. You need a solid base to build upon. Builder. What is a structure without a foundation? A bunch of sticks falling into the ground or sinking into the mud. You are the foundation to your relationships, whether it's with the spirits or with other guru or even humans. And it sounds like you are lacking a foundation. You are unsure of yourself. And trust me, foundation's sense of self needs maintenance. You need to check in with yourself regularly. I do it all the time. I lost 10 years of my life to forgetting to check in with myself. I became a crotchety old bitch who liked slot machines and cigarettes.
Still kind of like thought machines.
As do I. I need to stop by the casino again, hear the bells and whistles, but regardless, it's okay to make a change if it means strengthening your foundation. It's also okay not to, as long as your foundation is strong. But you gotta have one. Spiritually and physically.
It's not that I didn't check in with myself. I didn't. But ever since we tied ourselves to here and my mind has been quiet, and that's because something else hasn't been talking to me regularly. And that's been, I don't know, empty.
Sure, it's quite unnerving. A lot of who you were was tied into Ashiga. That's how a lot of us feel with our patrons. A lot of us have that relationship with our patrons. I certainly did. Change is scary. When that voice is suddenly gone. When that presence can't be felt. Terrible thing. It's a very lonely thing.
Vanessa told me that if I worked with her, she would tell me how to find it, how to find him again.
She's a little temptress, isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought about it.
Sure you did. I'm sure you still do.
Do. To think that they're out there somewhere. And if what we thought was true, it doesn't have me to protect it anymore. And what the hell is happening to it?
Assuming Ashika did survive. There are a few possibilities. One, he is out there, and it is possible that he could be unaltered, untouched by the worm. But there are still worm spirits amongst the greater wilds that are doing as they always have, fulfilling their purposes as they always have. Untainted, uncorrupted. Two, there's a possibility that they are corrupted. Have fallen into the worm's not so loving embrace. Or three, there is always the unknown possibility that they no longer exist. But we do not know the full powers or capabilities of this can. I ask you this: how important is knowing? And what would you do with that knowledge? Because I must tell you, there are some matters where knowing brings closure. Yes, for example, knowing what happened to my dear Orion brought me a great deal of closure. But there are some matters where not knowing, ignorance, truly is bliss. For you get to retain just the good memories. Without having to be spoiled by what they have become. Like Brandon.
No, it was Aiden, and then it was him, and it was rapid fire like that, and that's the first time I'd lost people. And I don't know. I don't have that experience to make that call. It is, like you said, not knowing. Not so much the knowing exactly what happened to him. It's not knowing if anything did happen to them. And that's the worst part for me.
I understand. Well, you can choose to write your own narrative, or when things have calmed, perhaps we can try to find out. Or at least try again. Our last attempt wasn't so successful, but time has passed, and perhaps if they were sent to the spirit wilds, maybe they have reformed and returned.
Or maybe when we get the jump on Piney Point and then get my hands around her throat, I can wring something out of it.
Maybe so. Although,
Let that
you could also just find out she was lying.
dust the hands around. I can leave that alone for a little bit longer if I decide to. Okay. I guess we'll see. Sorry, Eliza. I'm not good at this. It's not comfortable for me. It's not easy for me.
My boy, do you think every conversation I have in this spiritual journey of being a theurge has been comfortable? 9 out of 10 conversations are delving into uncomfortable matters. I appreciate you trying at all. I am here to make it more comfortable. That is my job. Are you trying to put me out of work? Of course it's uncomfortable. It's supposed to be.
I am exceptionally curious if you had any uncomfortable conversations with Charles, though. I would love to hear about that.
I have.
Oh my God, what is that like?
Charles is having a very interesting crisis of his own. He is burdened with a great deal of responsibility on a micro scale, but it is representative of a greater responsibility he was born to have. And in a way, it's a responsibility he doesn't want, but a responsibility he needs.
Trying to think if you could have put that in vague.
No.
But I think I get it. That sounds like a conversation with him, which sounds absolutely infuriating.
A man of few words, coming to seek spiritual counseling. I prefer conversations like this.
Well, speaking of Charles, I had something in the workshop I want to show you.
Of course.
See if you can, I don't know, fiddle with it a bit.
Be happy to. You resume your walk, turning back towards the cairn. As you continue walking, occasionally she'll extend out her hand, just letting her fingers brush across a tree as she'll pass by, not lingering long, just letting her fingertips glide across the bark. As you make the journey to the workshop, what's going through your mind after this conversation with Eliza as you prepare to change the subject?
One thing that Eliza said strikes Lucas deeply, and that was the word foundation. And he's thinking on that one during the rest of the walk very deeply. And because he didn't think of things like that, he didn't look at himself as a person to be built up. And he's trying to think of something, and the only thing that keeps popping in his head is a strange word for him that he has for things that he thinks other people don't have compassion for. And he's gonna roll that one around for a while, see what develops.
A guru's internal crisis is like a fire. You can feed it, and it can become a wildfire out of control. Or you can smother it, and it can completely go out. Oglosk or Hirano. Keep it tended just enough, and it will fuel the fight. We now go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations US, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howlin' Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. In the first half, Jester had a very important conversation with Star. Aspen had a very important conversation with Anna Pelfrey, and Lucas had a very important conversation with Eliza. Now, in the second half, we find ourselves at Weedon Island Nature Preserve, all the way across the bridge in Pinellas County, Florida, just on the opposite side of Tampa Bay. Weedon Island Nature Preserve is the home of She Who Shines, the Mokele. Charles and Jester were sent here to help purge the infection of the plants that have started to grow within Weedon Island Nature Preserve as part of the arrangement with She Who Shines to help smooth things over with the Mokele, to help open up relations between the two changing breeds, and to hopefully maybe start an alliance of sorts, especially against the forces and the threat growing in Piney Point. But how will this interaction go? How will things be? Because walking into another's territory, especially an unknown entity such as a Mokele, is a new encounter for a guru, especially since they did not know Mokele existed before that first interaction with She Who Shines. So, Jester, what's going through your mind in the car ride across the bridge and up to the gates of Weedon Island Nature Preserve?
Wondering how bad the swamp is and how much we'll have to deal with, and some anxiety about how She Who Shines is going to, I guess, what her attitude or like is going to be when we get there. Is she going to be highly territorial, even though she has basically invited us to come and take care of this problem? And wondering if we're able to fix this. Will it be enough to at least get her to listen and possibly work on a way repairing the relationships between Guru and Mokele? At least Guru and her, at the very least. Mostly that, and trying to just also, since I'm not knowing what's going to be there, kind of just get into that alert for danger mode when it comes when it comes to things that like missions like this.
Now, upon the advising of Charles, you decided to go before the park opened early in the daylight hours. As She Who Shines said that the Mokale tend to prefer the daylight hours when the sun is shining, you decided to acquiesce to their demands of only being there when the sun was up, but not when humans might populate the park. So you are arriving probably around 6 a.m., which is very, very early for anyone to be up, but Charles is usually up and moving by 6 a.m. most days, even if he doesn't get to bed until like 1 a.m. most nights at the earliest. So on very little sleep, the two of you arrive outside the large electronic gate that seems to close right in front of the gravel driveway that pulls into the preserve itself. When you arrive at the preserve, you pull up to the electronic gate outside, and Charles parks the vehicle outside and then pulls out his cell phone and brings up a text message from Artie with a PIN code already on the text message. He walks up, punches the PIN code on the gate, and the gate opens and starts to whir before he hops in the car and pulls into the preserve. The preserve itself is completely abandoned at this point, completely vacant, as none of the employees or rangers have arrived for the day yet, and no guests would be here until the park itself has opened officially for the day. Driving down the gravel driveways, you can see that there are several roads that lead off to various parts in the preserve, but Charles drives deep into the preserve down one of the driveways until he parks at one of the furthest back parking lots, making sure that you are far out of view, away from the roadway or the front gates, in case anything were to cause you to be delayed in this mission until the park's opening, so that it's less likely that you'll be discovered. But eventually he parks the car in one of the far back parking spots in one of the far back parking lots, and eventually exits the vehicle. He moves around to the back, opening the trunk and pulling out his usual assortment of supplies that he takes for these encounters. He grabs a few of the flares, but not as many as he tends to usually take, considering the woodland surroundings. But he does grab his shotgun, holstering it in his side hip holster. And then he grabs the large pair of waders that he steps into and pulls the straps up over his shoulders with a very deep set frown on his face.
I'll get out of the car and start preparing my gear with my gardening tool belt with various tools I've been using to uproot the plants. Make sure I have plenty of like trash bags in case we come across any tulips. The ones, well as some clippers to possibly cut the plants. Make sure the I'll strap the knife sheath to the belt, and I'm going to leave the clave in the trunk.
Charles closes the trunk and then starts walking towards one of the wooden walkway bridges. Now, a lot of the preserves in Florida have these wooden paths that seems to have bridges that walk over these marshy swamplands that go throughout these small islands that usually head to a watchtower of sorts, much like they have in Lettuce Lake and other preserve lands. Weedon Island is no exception, as it is very much a large, swampy marshland of a park. This is the ideal setting for a alligator population, and definitely a Mokale. And as you start to head into the park, Charles becomes extremely alert, and you can tell by the way he is taking deep inhalations of breath, he seems to be attuning to a specific scent. He hasn't spoken much since he's gotten out of the car. In fact, he hasn't spoken at all. But his senses are very aware of your surroundings as he starts proceeding on the wooden walkway, moving further into the park.
I'll follow behind him, keeping quiet for a moment because he definitely wouldn't want to actually talk about anything important in a Mokale's territory. So anytime we would have had to actually talk about things has long since passed since we've gotten out of the car. So I'm just also scanning. I'm looking for any signs of the plants at this time.
Give me a wits and awareness.
Three successes?
You don't see any signs of the plants at first, but keeping that roll as you get further into your walk, about 30 minutes into the walk, as you're getting really deep into the depths of the park, you start to hear the sounds of movement out in the waters of the marshland. The sounds of water being disturbed and splashing, and eventually the squelching of mud. And as you turn your gaze to look over in that direction, you see shapes moving in the water. And based off of the almost log-like ridges cresting the surface, you see that on either side of the walkway, a pair of gators have started to move alongside, one on either side of you, moving at equal speed and distance alongside both sides of you.
She knows we were coming today, right?
Yes.
Just making sure.
It was her invitation.
I know you don't ever plan on having guests, but usually even when someone gives you an invitation, if they don't give you a date and it's an open invitation, you know, it's good to tell them what day you're coming. So
I did leave a correspondence at the park before telling her what plan I had to arrive.
that's good enough.
As you continue moving along, the two gators keep their distance, not advancing inward or coming closer, but they do stay equal distance alongside, almost like sentries or escorts moving along. As you cross another bridge, as you're kind of crossing the top of the bridge, coming down the other side, there's an island at the other side of the bridge with a picnic table and two picnic benches on the other side of the bridge. And at the other side of that picnic bench, you see two more gators. And she who shines standing between the two gators. She is in her human form, positioned at the table, standing at the opposite side of the table. Her eyes still taking that lizard look with the slit in the middle. Her head completely shaven bald except for the one braided ponytail out of the back. Her form is in this tightly knit top that is a crop top and these leather pants that are tight fitting down to these boots. And she has her exposed arms with the same scaled tattoos that go all the way down to her hands. As you breach the other side of the bridge, she smiles slowly, and you can see the exposed, sharpened, pointed teeth revealed. So, you decided to come anyway. I was wondering if you would.
I'll step up to stand beside Charles. Well, we said we would, and helping Gaia is always a good thing.
And are there more of you waiting to ambush me when I've got my back turned? That's usually the way, isn't it?
No, just the two of us.
Cocky. Well, let's get
Confident?
on with it then.
Let's.
She turns and starts to walk, but the two gators that are escorting her remain staring for a few moments in both of your direction before backing up and turning to follow her. She looks like she's going to make her way towards the bridge, but instead heads towards the water off the side of the island, stepping down into the water itself until it comes up to about her waist and continues to wade out into the water itself. Charles watches her path, and then you can see his frown deepen even more as he sees her go into the water, and then looks down at his waders, and then looks over at you. Why did I know I would need these?
Because in another life, you'd be a Boy Scout. And because you always prepare for things. And it's a swamp, man. It's a swamp.
Tying knots and lighting fires. I started doing that when I was 4.
Exactly.
He starts walking over towards the water and then steps off into the water itself before pausing and offering out a hand to you to help you down into the water.
I'll take it and climb into the water.
Roll me a dexterity and athletics as you step down into the squelching mud and water of this deep pool.
Two successes.
Okay. With his support, you almost find yourself almost falling into the water, but he pulls you back up to stop you from sinking. As your first step in, you find that it's a lot deeper than you thought, and your foot sinks into the mud and down. But he pulls you up until you can get another foot in to find a more sturdier piece of land to grab onto. But some of the water does come up a little bit higher than your waist, almost up to your mid-chest. We'll take it slowly.
That's probably a good plan.
The two of you start to proceed through, trying to follow behind in She Who Shines' wake, who has moved significantly further ahead. She seems to be comfortably moving through the water, and in fact, she has dropped down now into the water to the point that you can only see the top of her head and some of her back cresting the surface as if she's swimming or gliding through the water, even in her human form, like a gator through the water easily enough, making her path. But she is pausing occasionally to look back at you with annoyance as you are slowing her down in the path of her pursuit. Behind you, the two gators that were your escorts before have come up onto the land and seem to be closing in behind you to take up the rear of this procession of sorts into the park. Roll me a charisma and animal, Ken.
I actually have animal Ken.
Great.
Three successes.
As one of the gators looks like they're going to hiss at you with annoyance, they actually stop themselves and just sit back patiently. Instead, waiting for you to find your footing and begin your path, giving you a respectful distance, realizing that this is not your terrain.
Okay.
So as you are going to traverse, go ahead and give me a dexterity and survival. You can take an additional die from Charles because he's assisting on everything you're doing.
Good. I'm actually going to stop for a moment and shift into Glabro.
Okay.
Alright, I did not make my rage check, so go down to 1 rage. I'm gonna spend a willpower. Okay, there we go. 5 successes.
Okay. As you grow into the larger, almost demi-human form that is Glabro, you find that the water doesn't seem as deep as you grow in size, and you get a lot surer of your footing. Traversing the water and the swamp becomes a lot easier with your much more agile form, and the strength moving through the mud is a lot easier to do as well, as you take much more sure steps, being able to unearth yourself from the mud. You begin moving through, following behind she who shines, taking up the path. The path takes you about an hour deep into the park. Now, the way she's taking you is obviously not the easy way. She is making this as miserable and awful as possible, but you can probably understand why, as you are not really the most welcome visitors. This is more out of necessity than anything else. But as you get deeper into the park, you notice this is not where park visitors go. There are no hiking trails. There are no bridges. You are going into the preserve itself. And the deeper and deeper in you get, the more and more wildlife becomes prevalent. You see more signs of gators. You see more signs of lizards. You see more birds up in the trees. You are entering fully into her domain. This is clearly her area. And as you get deeper in, you know directionally that you must be getting nearer to the Gulf itself. As you can see that beyond the trees, there is the water. The water's getting deeper, and You are not heading towards the land itself, but out more to open sea. Roll me another wits and investigation.
No successes.
No successes. Okay, so as you are caught up in the sight of it all, you're taking everything in when all of a sudden there is an unexpected pop sound from high above in the trees, followed by two more pop, pop sounds. And this is where we will begin combat, as hanging from above in the trees, several pods open up and several of the hummingbird-esque plants descend from above, coming down to attack. So, go ahead and declare your intentions, but you are caught off guard, so you are going to be at a -2 dice pool as they are coming in fast and aggressively.
How big are they?
So
Like,
they are the size of like a large bird. So maybe the size of a football,
Okay.
with a large pointed, almost like stinger-esque nose.
Okay, I'm going to I'm going to draw my dagger, and when one comes in, I'm going to try to attack it with the dagger and see what happens.
So is this the iron dagger?
Yes.
Okay.
Drawing the iron dagger.
Then give me a dexterity and melee.
I'm going to spend a willpower.
Okay.
4 successes.
Okay. So as you unsheath the iron dagger, as one of these birds comes soaring in, its stinger pointed out in your direction, or its beak pointed out in your direction, it comes soaring in, aiming directly for your chest. You take a swipe at it with the dagger, and you find that it hits the beak, clashing with it, but only deflecting it. It doesn't actually pierce or slice the beak. It actually just knocks it away. Meanwhile, off to the side, you hear Charles unload 2 shots of the shotgun, and you see one of the birds explode in a fiery ball as it's hit by one of the dragon's breath rounds, bursting into flame before dropping into the ground on fire, before sizzling as it hits the water, going into pieces into the ground. Next round, declare your intentions.
What's the neg, just to make sure?
No neg now. You're good.
Okay. Then I think I'm going to I'm just gonna attack again for now.
Okay. So another dexterity and melee.
Yeah. 2 successes.
Okay. This time, it, having been deflected, kind of coasts around and comes in to go for another piercing strike. You take another swipe, but you end up missing as it comes through and pierces into you, stabbing you for 2 points of superficial damage. Go ahead and make a stamina and resolve check for me as you feel this icky, kind of poisonous fluid insert into your body. And you do get the bonus from being in Labro.
4 successes.
4 successes. Okay. While you do feel kind of gross for a moment, it doesn't seem to last as the bird does remain attached to you. It does remain stuck on you for the moment, for this round. So it's almost like grappling you with its stinger still stuck in you. Again, over to the other side. You hear the sound of the shotgun going off as Charles takes 2 more shots and another bird explodes off to one side in a fiery ball, the pieces raining down. Last round, go ahead and declare your intentions. You've got the bird stuck on you.
So just to make sure, since I actually took damage, I gain a point of rage, right?
You do gain a point of rage, yes.
All right, I'm gonna. So it's stuck on me, right?
Yeah, it's like stabbed into you and it's still got its stinger stuck in you.
Like, pretty much like grab it with one hand and try to like stick it with the iron dagger with the other.
So I will give you actually a bonus die because it can't really move as it's stuck in you to stab it. So yeah, make the same roll, but you can just stab it.
Five successes?
5 successes will do it. So you skewer the bird, yanking it out of you, and as soon as the dagger makes contact, piercing through it, it starts to sizzle and smoke and lets out a squealing hissing. And as you yank it from your body, it almost immediately starts to burst and sizzle and turn into like a fiery burning flame from inside as it dissipates and crumbles off of the dagger into pieces, dropping away to the ground. The last shotgun fires ring out, and one more bird explodes and drops away. And then there's silence. Leaving just you and Charles and the gators nearby.
How tall are the trees that the actual like hanging parts of the plant?
As you are this deep into the woodlands, they're probably about 20 feet up.
Okay. So what are we gonna do about those?
Well, you have to get them down. I don't know if they reload or regrow, or we haven't encountered many of those, and we haven't dispatched of any of them.
Okay.
I could climb it if you'd like.
I can do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a strength and
Doubting my climbing
athletics.
skills.
Now they are all in one tree, so it's not multiple trees that they're hanging from. It just seems to be several pods hanging off of the top of one tree.
All right.
But yeah, strength and athletics will climb you up the tree.
Five with a crit.
Okay, easily enough. There are several handholds that you're able to grab as you climb up the tree. A lot of these swampy trees have plenty of offshoot branches that come out, and they're not as smooth and single stalked as a lot of trees are on the mainland. They are very gnarled and, lots of offshoot growths. So you do have an easier time climbing up. And as you get up to the top, you can see that the pods that they emerge from have opened, but that they will eventually close back together. And inside of the pod, you can see that there is a small sac deep within that it seems is almost like a larval sac that they seem to be growing in, and that they will fill up and grow into the pod eventually before sprouting out. But it seems like these pods can only hold one at a time.
All right.
And there are 4 pods hanging up at the top. They're all connected to a base, though.
Okay. I'm tempted to do something, and I'm gonna try it. I want to take the iron dagger, and I kind of want to just stab it in the opening.
Into the opening of the pod where the larval.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a. Okay, you know what? I won't even. It's not difficult. You got nothing resisting you. So as you stick the dagger into the pod, are you aiming for the larval sac in the middle?
I am, but if I hit any part, I'll be happy. So, but mostly the larval pod.
Okay. You stick the dagger in, and you do see the sizzling of the pod, and you hear almost like a little pop as the little larval pod pops. Then you see the sides start to shrivel and crumble up and crumble on within itself. And the other opened pods start to crumble within themselves as you hear the little smoking pops from inside of them as well. The entire plant starts to shake and crumble within itself, hissing and smoking before breaking up and deteriorating, dropping in pieces away from the tree. And on a breeze, almost like burnt paper blowing away on the breeze as it disintegrates away from the tree. When you withdraw the dagger, however, part of the tip of the dagger has also disintegrated with the plant. As if it's melted away with the plant.
Interesting. I'll look at the dagger for a moment, then I'm gonna sheath it and check at least where I can see from my point, to see if there are any other of the plants.
Roll me a wits and investigation.
Okay.
You can take another +1 because Charles is down on the land, able to point out any for you from his vantage.
Four successes, I got a crit.
Looking over the tree itself, you aren't able to see any other plants hanging up in this particular tree, but using your vantage point, hanging onto one of the branches, you decide to look out from up high just to see from your bird's eye view, looking over the rest of the swamp as much as you can to see if you can spot anything else. As you look out through a break in the trees, out further in the direction you were heading, you see an opening where there's a grove. And in this grove, that's clearly your destination that you were heading, because this is more cleared out, more settled, it seems, than anywhere else in this swamp you've been through so far. If you had to guess the approximation of what a cairn would be or a central gathering point would be, this would probably be close or something similar to it. Here you see She Who Shines and two of her gators kind of standing, annoyedly waiting, looking over in the direction both you and Charles and the two other gators are. But beyond them, you also see another pod of those plants hanging up above, and you can see them starting to open and separate as if they're about to sprout the birds to drop down beyond them.
I'm gonna shout to her, like, behind you.
Okay. Give me a charisma and persuasion. I'll give you a manipulation and persuasion too if it's better.
All charisma, baby. Four successes.
Okay. As you shout out behind you, she looks up to the tree where you are with bewilderment, but turns in time to see the pods pop one after another, pop, pop, pop. And as she's turning, she suddenly starts to grow and grow and grow and grow and stretch and grow and grow. What happens next is like something out of a fantasy film, as what was a woman on the land stretches out into a 25-foot long dragon, a lizard with long scaled tail with barbs on the end, a long maw with sharpened pointed teeth, long arms with claws, and she lets out a roar as she swipes at the air and unleashes a gout of flame from her mouth that just burns towards the birds as they fly out towards her. There is a sound of hissing and popping, and you can actually see several of the trees catch on fire from beyond. The conflict lasts seconds, and there is a huge just plume of smoke that obscures the entire area. Eventually, the smoke hisses and becomes steam. And as the steam clears and settles, what remains is just the woman and her two alligators. But there are several burned and ashen trees beyond.
Okay. Did she get did she get the pods?
If there was a tree that the pods were hanging in, they're gone now.
I was a little skeptical when Artie said she turned into a dragon, but okay, cool. I'll start climbing down the tree, just muttering to myself like, we are just living in the Lord of the Rings verse or something. This is really weird bullshit.
As you get down to the ground, you can see Charles is staring off in the direction that She Who Shines clearly was. And he's got like a very wolfish, kind of excitable look on his face. And you can see his fists flexing. But he is taking steadying breaths.
You okay?
Yes, I'm fine. We should finish this business up as quick as possible.
Look at him again and be like, yeah, it's probably a good idea.
It was good of you to warn her.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, she gets infected. Like, what was the whole point?
No, I'm just glad you
helping?
saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Well, I had a bit of a bird's eye view, so to speak, so.
You proceed through the swamp until you get to the clearing where she's waiting. And as she sees you coming out of the water, she makes eye contact with you and gives you a nod. It's over this way. She starts leading you along the bank out by the water. And eventually she crosses, pushing aside some mangroves. And you can see that near the edge of the water, underneath this bank of mangroves, there are two of the volcanic plants. They're large. They're probably the size of a truck tire around. There.
And then these are the only two?
Other than the ones you've taken care of.
Okay.
They were smaller before.
Yeah, they tend to grow the longer. They're plants. So, you know, they do what
Burned
plants
them
do.
away, but they regrew. Again and again.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about these. They, unless you completely remove them, like unroot them, if there's even just a little tiniest bit left, they will regrow.
Why?
I mean, I think they were designed that way. I think they were made that way.
Seems like more of the pestilent things. Can you rid of them?
I can.
And do so.
Okay. I am going to pull out a trash bag, one of those big giant black trash bags, and kind of just open it up. How full do they like? Which one looks like it's probably gonna burst?
They both do.
I'll take out 2 trash bags. And then put a mask on as well.
Okay. to make your preparations. Give me a dexterity and larceny. Because if you can sleight of hand this over the plants, you might be able to get the trash bags over them without them exploding before they have an opportunity to catch you off guard.
Three successes.
Okay, you got one more.
Two successes on that one.
Okay, so as you get to the other one, as you're trying to get the trash bag over it, it opens and lets out a gout of the spores, exploding out into a radius. You hear the hiss of She Who Shines as the skittering of gators and her backing away as it lets out its burst of spores. Give me a dexterity and athletics to try and dive out of the way of its explosion.
Yeah, I don't think I made it. I got two successes.
Not enough. Give me a stamina and resolve as the spores hit your skin.
Three successes.
Okay. You start to get the sickly feeling as the spores hit your skin and start to settle on your skin. What do you wish to do? You start to see your vision starting to get cloudy and yellow.
I'm going to just, I guess, uncontrollably look towards Charles, probably with a slightly frightened expression, then look back at the plants. Try to dust the spores off as much as I can.
Okay. Give me a dexterity and medicine.
Three successes?
Okay, as you're brushing the spores off with your gloves as best as you can feel the effects lessening, but not completely fading. You find that most of them are brushing off, but some of them are smudging and smearing a little bit onto your skin.
I'm gonna take the iron dagger and just run it across the ones that are smudging and smearing.
Okay. As you scrape the iron dagger against the spores that are smearing, take a point of aggravated physical damage as the burning of the dagger mixed with the spores touching your skin burns your skin. But because of how soon after being exposed to the effects, does manage to prevent it from entering into your bloodstream completely. Does stop the effect from infecting you completely, but it does hurt like hell.
Wince at it, but once I feel like I think I'm okay, I'm going to go to the plants. Go to this one that burst. Actually, I'm going to go to the other one. I know I still have the bag around it, but probably getting rid of it first is a good idea. The bag is around the other one. I just didn't get it in time, right?
Right, yeah, it exploded first, and then you were able to...
Right. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna try and cut the stem.
Yeah, I'll
close
say
to the-
easy enough if you, especially if you're using the dagger, it's no problem. Like, unless you want to do the full process of removal, if you use the dagger, it takes them out the same way you took out the pods. Like, stabbing them, especially in the base, just causes them to evaporate, disintegrate, and die. Each use of the dagger does cause the dagger to melt just a little bit, kind of damaging the iron a little bit, using a little bit of it, but not dramatically, just a little.
Okay. Can it basically can it be like resharpened?
It doesn't actually stop the sharpness of it. What it is it's just wearing down, it's shrinking the iron, basically. Yeah.
So it is taking some of the iron. Actually, okay, that's it's good to know. I'll stand up after it's done and pick up the bags.
Are you all right? Charles asks.
I think so.
You're not feeling any effects?
I was, but I think probably need to check with Eliza, but I think I actually got it in time with the dagger.
Well, that's good to know. If we can prevent exposure fast enough, then we shouldn't have any further need to do that ritual again.
Yeah, I would hope not. That didn't look like fun at all.
No.
I'll turn to She Who Shines. They will not come back now.
She warily looks towards where the plants were. Good. Then our business is concluded.
Yes, we have done the task you asked. If you are willing, I would like to come meet with you, perhaps not here in your territory, but somewhere neutral, to perhaps talk.
We can meet here when we meet. There is nowhere neutral to my kind, but we will meet in the safe outskirts of my territory. Is this agreeable? Charles gives you a very wary look.
I can agree to that.
Good. And tell your leader we have neutrality for now. If she seeks alliance, I'll need more proof of her intentions.
I will let her know. She will probably ask me, so is there anything in particular you would want as proof?
Yes. There is a place near here where some of my brethren are being held. A place where they are used for show, for sport, for entertainment. I want them freed.
What's the name of the place?
Gatorland.
I will let her know. Thank you.
Good. They will see you out. She gestures to the two gators that were following you. The two bob their heads and then turn and start moving into the water.
I'll sheath the dagger again after one glance at like it's how it's shrunk, and start walking towards the edge of the water.
Charles, not quite willing to show his back to She Who Shines, backs, bowing his head just slightly to her before the two of you reach the edge of the water, and then he turns and wades in. You both make the journey back across the swamp. The gators giving you, because of your good charisma and animal ken roll, a much more gentle path out of the swamp, cutting the travel time down slightly to about 40 minutes rather than the hour it took you to get here, until you emerge onto the walking path once more. You get back to the car just about the time that the park is getting ready to open. He strips off the waders, putting them into a garbage bag and throwing them into the trunk annoyedly before you both get into the car and start to drive away. Well, it's done. I don't know how I feel about you coming back here, but I won't stop you. I know there's probably a lot of good stories here, and you handled yourself really well.
Thank you. And yeah, there are good stories, but also deeds can help regain trust, but maintaining it also is communication. So we need to at least try to start that.
And I know we'll need alliances.
But you want a fighter?
More than ever.
She can breathe fire.
That makes it challenging.
She is literally a fire-breathing dragon.
Yes. I'm going to call her Smog from now on.
I knew it. I knew it. I wonder if she even knows that reference.
Doesn't matter. He gives a small smile as he kind of sits back in his chair, or in the seat. The car pulls onto the highway, getting ready to cross the bridge. What's going through your mind after this entire delving into the swamp?
I'm glad it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like, we've been to a lot worse places, and so just a few of the plants there was not so bad. The dagger shrinking every time it's used, though, we're gonna need a lot of iron. And that kind of rubs me the wrong way because, you know, currently the iron we're getting is from Baitman. I'm hoping, heavily hoping that the Hellhounds will be able to bring back iron so we won't have to deal with Baitman, but we may need all of it. I don't know how bad it's going to be or how much we'll need to even deal with Piney Point. But at the same time, I'm really interested in talking to She Who Shines. She does. If she carries the memory of all of her people, there's got to be so many stories that she has, and just so much context that could help us know what happened, because it feels like for Guru, even though there are galliards, there's a lot of history we have lost that could really help in us figuring out what not to do.
Stories
But-
are. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but at this time, a win's a win. We did good. I don't think I'm sick, and I did get more information about possibly being able to catch it before we get hit, which would be good for us because some of us are gonna run out of luck. I nearly did tonight. And so I will turn music on and just start belting out songs as we drive back.
I will say on the rest of the drive, you do not feel any other effects from the spores. The burn on your arm does last for a while. And while you do heal, even your regeneration does leave a mark for a bit, but it does eventually fade with time.
Okay.
Stories are our access to the past. And while they can tell us of the deeds we've done, both good and bad, they can also prevent us from doing those deeds in the future and give us the lessons we need to build a better tomorrow. We transition now to our final scene of the evening, where we have quite a story to tell about tomorrow. Aspen and Lucas, the time has come. The first of what might be a few meetings with Edward Baitman to get the shipments of iron. Will it be the last? Will it be the only? The agreement was stay out of each other's way, but that is a very, very vague agreement. And Edward Baitman has contacted you to say he has his first supply of iron. And he would love to give it to you at 100 North Tampa in downtown Tampa. And he would love for you to be his guest to receive it. So, as you drive down to downtown Tampa and you find yourselves at the base of the tallest building in the city, a building, Aspen, you have stood at the foot of many times. It is late at night, as of course he would only meet you after dark. You can look up the tall side of the building. You see that the building itself is closed, but there is a security guard waiting by one of the fire doors next to the rotating doors that are locked, prepared to let you in when you're ready. But for a moment, you are by yourselves outside to speak before you head in to meet with Edward. The scene is yours.
Aspen will take in a big deep breath, look over at Lucas.
You good for this?
I've gotta be.
That's fair. I don't like buildings.
I hate this building.
Yeah, you've got history here. I just don't like it because they're not easy to get out of.
Fair enough. Well, anything quickly you want to add to the pot before we go up there so we know what we're doing?
Same as last time. Don't negotiate from a position of weakness. Never walk away with less than what you came in with.
I guess we go.
As you go up to the security door, there's a man dressed in a typical suit, unremarkable other than the fact that he is large and muscular, well suited to his job. He pushes open the security door, allowing you access before leading you over to a bank of elevators. Pushes the button for the elevator, waiting in silence until it opens, then steps in with you, and then pushes the button for one of the floors. Not quite the top floor, but the one below it. The elevator ride up to that floor is long and quiet. But eventually, as it reaches and the doors open, you find yourself in a hallway that he leads you down until you reach a set of double doors. He gives a knock on the doors before opening them and walking inside. We're in a conference room, similar to the one you saw before, although this one is got a much longer table with a wall of windows overlooking the city, although the windows are clearly tinted at the far end. And Edward Baitman sits at the end of the conference table, flanked by the same disgusting individual you were introduced to as Masterson. He rises from his seat as you enter, the same minute and somehow disgustingly oily, smug smile on his face. Miss Weiss, Mr. Shaw, good evening. Please come in.
Good evening, Mr. Baitman.
Would you like anything to drink or eat?
I'm okay, thank you.
I'll pass.
Very good. Now I realize in our last meeting, we ended rather abruptly. We're not able to iron out the specifics of our agreement. And I figure we are both individuals of specifics, and a simple staying out of each other's way is far too vague for our likings. I have iron here, and I'm prepared to give it to you. But I want to make sure we are on the same page as to the arrangement before anything changes hands. Is this amenable to you, Miss Weiss, or would we like to yell at me some more first?
I'd like to hear what details you've ironed out, yes.
I have 10 pounds of iron I'm prepared to give you today. It's a start. I have to bring in iron from up the coast, so it's going to take some time, but this I happen to have on hand, and I'm prepared to supply you with now. Call it a good faith payment, as I'm sure you need it as soon as you can get it. And the sooner, the better. But I can supply you with up to 200 pounds in the next few weeks. And potentially more than that, as long as our agreement holds. I have various interests that allow me access. I know that this issue we are both dealing with is problematic and widespread and complicated, to say the least. And I know that it compromises both of us in one way or another. I want to make it as uncomplicated as possible. So I propose this. I know you and your associates have business all throughout the city. I'm not looking to interfere with your affairs. That would be rude. My people have affairs also. So, from the hours of dawn till dusk, your people may access the city of Tampa freely, except for the following businesses. And he places a list down on the table. After the sun sets, they may not enter the downtown area. Until the sun rises once more. These establishments are off limits at all times. If you agree to this, I am happy to supply you with the iron you need. This will stay in effect as long as the threat remains. And you will see I did put the specific borders of what I consider to be the downtown area. I don't want to be vague.
There may be instances for business, not intervening with us or you, that need to happen during the times of night that you were saying are off limits. We respect territories, as I think you do as well. If it comes down to a situation where we need to access these areas and let you know in advance, would that be amenable?
Are you willing to ask?
Are you the one in charge?
Yes. It just may depend on the time that you need to access them, whether they'll be available or not.
I'm going to slide the papers to Lucas to look over the territory, the borders, and the different businesses.
I'll take them and start going through each one.
You can see there are several clubs, museums, a couple of corporate businesses, a warehouse or two. One stands out, the university, a specific building in the university.
I'll look over at Aspen and give a nod, and then turn and look back at Baitman. Highways, interstates, neutral territory at all times.
Agreed. Travel must happen, and I'd rather you're able to get through territories as quickly as possible, as are we.
With that being said, with this list, I'll look at Aspen for a second, then look back at Baitman. Any wildlife reserves, national parks, state parks are off limits at all times. I don't see why you or your kind needs to be there anyway.
In exchange, we want the zoo. Some of my kind prefer the blood of animals. And if you don't want us to take it from the wild, we'll need it from containment.
But look at Aspen.
To feed, not to kill, correct?
Almost certainly.
I'm willing to agree to that. But I need something from you. Information. If we're to go after our mutual problem, you have the most information when it comes to that.
It would depend on the information, as the information can be a blanket agreement to information is a silly thing to give. If I think it's relevant to the pursuit of our shared goals, I can agree to this. If I think it is potentially worth something more, I'll ask for something more. Especially if it could potentially be costly to me in the long run. Beyond this affair. You have to understand, my predecessor has been invested in this arrangement for quite some time, and a lot of this city's affairs were tied up in it.
Understood. I understand the need to protect your assets and not to put yourself at a disadvantage with the information that you would be giving. That is not what I'm asking for.
Then I agree.
On a separate note, I'm going at them in a legal capacity as well. This would put you and your people against us.
You see his eyebrows raise. I always wondered when we would cross the desk. Unfortunate that it's a battle I don't want to win. But I have to look like I want to, you understand?
Of course. And I think we'll have plenty of time to go head-to-head on neutral terms.
Oh, I'm sure we will. I will be sending my people to combat you. And I will be preparing them like they want to win. But I'll give you what you need. Just enough. I could care less what happens with that facility. All the value has been sucked out of it.
And I'm glad at least to that you're on the same page.
Wasn't worth it in the first place. It's not worth it now. I have always believed that.
This mutual ceasefire until we can deal with Piney Point. We will have to be working together, regardless of how either of us feel about that. I've explained to you what I will be needing to make this endeavor happen. What would you like in exchange so I can prepare properly?
I'm not just interested in the now, Miss Weiss. I'm interested in beyond the now. I'm interested in the future. It's such a mortal belief to think days ahead, hours ahead. What about years ahead? You can think of yourself and the 7 or so others that you have. What if there were more of you that could just be here without harassment? What if you could build your future free of harm or fear or provocation from my kind? We want the same things, Miss Weiss. Believe it or not, whatever you may think of me. I don't care about destroying you. My predecessor did. I don't care about hurting you. My predecessor did. As far as I'm concerned, with his death, I moved on. Because I was unemployed. I was free. If you had scores to settle, they were with him and they were with Mary, and they are settled. So let's build a future where we can both thrive. What I propose to you is this. The arrangement continues. Any who violate it are subject to the justice of the other. My people, found outside of these borders, in the dead of night, tear, rend, claw, destroy. Do whatever it is you enjoy to do to them. They're foolish enough to step outside the comforting arms of my safety. They're foolish enough to disobey. And any of yours to do the same are foolish enough to disobey you. To disrupt peace. This city hasn't known peace since its inception. Let it know peace for once. I have no vendetta with you. I have no issue with you. I never have.
Can I roll an insight on that just to make sure that like his
Yeah.
issues are not with us and have never been, and he has no intent to?
Yeah.
What rage am I at?
I would say you're at a 3. All things considered.
Okay. 4.
As of this conversation, he seems to genuinely not care about you or any of this.
Aspen will look over to Lucas. She'll reach into her purse, kind of squeeze at a stress ball that Jester had given her.
Lucas will watch her for a second, then turn and look at Baitman. Mr. Baitman, things have been bad in this city. You know that. Your speech was eloquent as it was rehearsed. But do not put your hubris in front of the true purpose here. Yes, we both know that you can wait us out and you have all these years in front of us, but tomorrow is not guaranteed. I'm sure Mary thought we weren't going to be any problem to her. The previous ones here, no problem. But you are sitting across from the sole 2 of our kind that were responsible for the direct destruction of your predecessor. We sit at this table, willing to talk. And I think you make some good points, just like Aspen here makes some good points. Although your friend seems to make no points.
My friend doesn't need to speak. And trust me, you wouldn't want to hear his voice. It's grating on the ears.
Be surprised the things that I've listened to.
Mr. Shaw, respectfully make no mistake, the reason you were able to do that was because I afforded you the opportunity to. I put Marius on that boat so that you could destroy him. I put him in that box. I convinced Mary to stake him.
So you were involved.
In setting it up for you to destroy them, yes.
How gracious.
It benefited both of us.
Marius. Is that its name?
It was.
Good. Then we can both look each other across this table and recognize the threat that we pose to each other. The threat that goes together to the city.
I don't seek for it to continue to be. I know what you're capable of and what your kind is capable of. And it's out of respect for that threat. Believe it, don't believe it. Believe that I underestimate you if you wish. Your kind walked into my office prepared to kill me, thinking I was the leader. That's when they met Mary. That's when they lost their first leader. I have only ever tried to avoid direct conflict with you out of respect. But I have had an annoyance. I don't have it anymore. Now I can do as I wish, and what I wish is to put this to rest. And unlike Jackson or Loden, I'll do it better than they do. Because I'll mean it.
Well, even a tick is a part of the system. And you're lucky. We also like ticks too. And he'll lean back in his chair and cross his arms and just kind of glance at Aspen.
I don't expect an answer today, Miss Weiss. This is the current standing agreement that I'm proposing. But before this ends, I will want to know what to expect when we come out the other side. So if you are so willing, I would appreciate a correspondence with your answer before the next shipment as to our future. You can discuss it with your companions. But if this is only to be a temporary truce, which I will be so sad to see, then so be it.
Mr. Baitman, would you be willing to promise that you would do no harm as far as what our job, and you know us well enough, it seems, throughout our history to know what we're about, to do harm to our cause in any way? And I will do nothing to interfere in your machinations for power on your side, as long as our two sides are mutually not conflicting with one another.
What are you afraid I'm going to tell them?
I'm not afraid of what you would tell anyone. I'm afraid of what you would do in your slow, crippling grasp for power.
I would like this gone as much as you, if not more so.
As you said, I'm speaking of the future as well. If we came to terms of, and I'm not saying I'm agreeing to anything today, if we came to terms of a indefinite ceasefire, would you be willing to take nothing, take no action that would cause harm to our actions?
You'll have to be more specific, Miss Weiss. Your actions could mean many things.
If we need to take care of Pentex, if there's a problem with, let's say, a toxic leak that could be a part of your building, your area, that's something we need to be able to do our jobs as Guru. If you let us continue to do what we need to do for our Gaia, then you keep your grasp on your power and we stay on our sides. Would you be willing to stay out of the way or give no more action that would cause harm to what we do? And you know what we do.
I believe that would have to be dependent on the situation.
But you're open to negotiations with that, yes?
I am.
Understood. You'll have my answer by next shipment.
Wonderful. Then let's get this shipment out of the way, shall we? He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a phone, types something in before putting it back in his pocket. The doors open, and a young woman, Mia, comes in pushing a cart. And on the cart is a heavy trunk. She wheels the cart over to your side. Lets go of the cart and goes to stand beside Baitman. 10 pounds, unrefined, as requested.
I will immediately, as soon as she walks in, nod my head to Lucas and then nod my head back up to Mia. Is she one of yours now?
Is this polite conversation, Miss Weiss?
I have no intention of doing anything in this moment. Just a question.
He looks over to Mia. Are you one of mine? She looks at Aspen. I do as Mr. Baitman commands.
I'm gonna look over to Lucas for an extra long bit of time.
I will look at her for a little bit, then look back at Mia and give a sniff.
Okay. Doing sense of the true form. Go ahead and roll it. How much?
Rage 1, 2.
Oh, you were rage 2, for sure.
Okay. Just a crit. So 4 successes.
As you sniff, obviously there are a lot of odors in this room. There's the very distinct odor of leech coming off of Masterson, as well as the smell of disgusting Nosferatu stench. There is the heavy cologne and smell of leech coming off of Baitman. And then there's Mia, who's just a human.
Lucas will glance over at Aspen and kind of blink a couple of times. And then he'll reach out and take a piece of paper and put it in his jacket. Say, I think we're good.
Aspen will stand up and reach her hand across the table.
Bateman will stand up and extend his hand. As you grip hands and shake, his hand is cold to the touch. He shakes your hand firmly but politely before releasing it. A pleasure doing business with you, Miss Weiss. I'm glad we could find a reasonable accord, and I look forward to your response.
I will be updating you and giving you an answer as soon as possible. As soon as I find it, we've come to an agreement.
Very good. Two of you take the cart, wheeling it out of the room to the bank of elevators. It's a trunk, so Lucas, you're able to take the trunk off. It only being 10 pounds of iron, it's not too heavy. Before you get into the bank of elevators, where the man in the suit is standing, who takes you down the elevators and out to the front door, letting you out the security door and out onto the street. The walk back to the car is quiet, but once you're finally out of earshot and out of the security cameras of the building and back into the car, is there anything else you'd like to say before we call this story to a close this evening?
He wasn't one of them.
Means maybe we can get her back.
That's going to be a tougher negotiation.
Tougher negotiation with Jester, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, let's count our victories where they're at. We got some iron. And then he'll reach up and pat his cut where the paper is. And if necessary, list of targets.
She just nods and kind of just stares straight at nothing through the windshield.
As you drive off into the night, with your ill-gotten gains. A truce somewhat officially declared. You leave the city, passing beyond the borders. The first night, several nights to come, where you won't be able to return until the sun rises. This is where our story comes to a close, but not without one last scene. We're not going anywhere. We're still in the same car, but we're outside the car. In fact, we're above the car. High above the car. It's up, 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 overhead. There is the beating of wings on the wind. Flap, flap, flapping of wings. Heavy, heavy wings. As something out of nightmares, half man, half bat. Large, and I mean large, soars upon the wind in the black, inky sky, beating its wings, staring down at the vehicle below. Just a bite! I just want a bite! As it beats its wings, its saliva dripping down on the wind, whipping beyond. Its black, inky eyes staring maniacally down. And this is where our story ends. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and join our community by following that Discord link in the description. We would love to have you join our amazing ranks. We've got another episode of Hellhounds this Friday over on YouTube at 7 p.m. And we've got our last episode before the summer break next week on Twitch at 10 p.m. So come join us then. You won't want to miss it. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next week. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Rage Across Tampa is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Rage Across Tampa is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Preston, Champ, Noree, and Weiss. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become a part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.